All right, we are live. Welcome, everybody.
Hey.
Today we are playing the last mission in, I think it's the season 4 of Shadowrun missions. Their missions campaigns. This is mission 12 on our part. I think it'll be episode 15 on our YouTubes. Titled Showcase.
Yeah, 15.
Right, so before we start, is anyone spending any points to have any bookkeeping? Can I get secret rolls and all that sort of stuff done in the box, please?
Alright. I did pick up the alternate identity, and frankly, I'm not entirely sure how that works. FYI.
Is it not clear in the book? I don't recall what the book says.
It's been a while since I've actually looked at it. 1 minute.
Interesting.
So
I hate it when it does that.
somebody's gonna need to do the enemy thing for Ostlander.
Already
Or
did.
done.
Okay.
Maybe that's the interesting, because I probably rolled poorly.
He was supposed to show up last time, did he?
He didn't. So I have a free ticket to have him show up anytime I want.
He'll just happen to show up when Shard decides to use Astral Sight or something and leaves his body.
But I don't have projection.
Okay, so
Oh, so you can see, but you can't actually
Leave,
get
yeah.
out. That's cheating.
your eyes roll back into your head and then you can see astral. Alright, so we do have a duty for Frey.
Oh, crap.
Do you have a duty?
Yeah. The old job.
Right, but... Oh, not the police job.
Yes, that's correct.
Alright, explain your duty, please.
Oh man. In what regard? What is it?
Yep. So if your duty is activated, which it has in this case, what is likely expected of you? Other than the fact that it is extremely hazardous and it's involuntary.
Yeah, his former handler is going to show up with the equivalent of the marker from John Wick 2. Say, yeah, I need you to take out this dude.
Okay, but that's not a once-off thing. So he's got plenty of markers.
Until I get around to actually buying the thing off. It's the equivalent of...
He has a convenient amount of markers.
Yeah, it's not the exact same sort of thing, but it generally is going to be a, hey, I know you're no longer in this, but something's come up and I require your assistance.
And it's usually going to require murdering someone.
And it's usually going to require going in and murdering at least one person. So I do have a question: is when do you roll for dependence? Is that per session? Is that per adventure?
I think
I'm
it's
looking
per
and I don't
adventure.
see.
Yeah, I thought duty was per adventure.
So roll for your dependent as well, because either way, it is the start of the session and it is also the start of the adventure. So
I filled out the notes on the alternate identity in the event that comes up. Wait a minute, do we actually have that?
Have what?
Yeah, we do. I should just grab that out of the thing.
Out of what thing?
The traits. Yeah, apparently it doesn't have much in the way of notes on it.
Is it illegal or illegal?
Illegal.
okay, so I don't know the date of this. There's no listed date, so we'll fast forward a few weeks.
Few weeks
What did we-
is 2 or 3 or 4.
It does
Didn't we
specifically
random roll that
mention.
before.
I think we may have actually. That did we do a table for it?
For what?
I suppose you could. Can you roll a d30?
Yep, you can do /die30, I believe. So do that. The adventure definitely takes place in winter because there is snow. So it's quite possible that you are in December.
Or January. January is worse than December, especially in Seattle.
No, that's not how it worked.
So
D30.
30 days?
No, I'm not going to do 2 days.
You could roll a d15 and say it's at least 2 weeks.
We'll do 3d10. That'll work.
It's going to be 3.
10 days.
So still in November?
So still November.
So it is Friday. Okay, so early morning. Frey, you are about to head out, or you head out to go and get some breakfast or whatever at the local stuffer shack. You're feeling peckish. You open the door, and standing in front of the door with his hand raised, just about to knock, is your former handler.
Oh no.
He will reach into his pocket and pull out a coin. He doesn't say anything. And he'll say, oh, he'll just wait for you to invite him in.
Okay. Yeah. So
let's see. You had the street kid living with you until such time as you found her somewhere better.
Right.
Roll universe. On a good or better, she is not home. So she is home at the moment. And she is just playing the VR PlayStation or whatever.
Which case, I'm probably going to shut the door behind me and say, "You not here."
It's a Sony VR5.
She'll. Actually, no, she's in VR. She won't notice.
Yeah, she probably knew I was leaving, so it's one of those where it's like he's going to just exit the home and take. Crap, I haven't had a identity for the handler. What the hell is his name? It's Odin, former handler at the agency. So it'd be, not here, and take him someplace else.
Alright, so where is that someplace else?
There's a convenient shop that is technically run by the agency that if you know about it, you can go in there and get stuff to not get stuff, but basically have some privacy.
So the Continental Coffee Shop?
Absolutely. Not as big as the big Continental back in New York. Clearly, that's why we're going to have to end up relocating to New York.
Convenient. Alright, so you will go to the Continental Coffee Shop, and you are given the special table, which has a white noise generator, so you can talk in private. He will say, did Frey have a name with the agency, or was he just Frey?
I'm sure he did. I haven't actually given a whole lot of thought to what it was because, Shadowrunners and all.
Well, he will refer to you by your agency code name. So
Frey may have been the agency code name for all I know.
Well, whatever it is,
Right.
We will say, for the purpose of this, he says Frey, but that will be whatever your agency code name is. I need a favor.
No, you don't. You need someone dead.
He shrugs. Well, I'm calling it a favor. But you are right. I need somebody dead.
We call him Gorgo.
Wow. Really?
That's just how the business goes sometimes.
Nothing personal.
I know you're not in the business anymore. So ordinarily I wouldn't have called this favor in, but this is a high value target and it can't go wrong. So I need the best. Alright, I'm going to throw it to your buddies to fuck you up. Who is this high value target?
The mayor of the city.
Holy
Stand
crap,
by.
that'd be brutal.
Hold on. Where did he go? That would be Mr. M.
Mr. M.
As in our Mr. M?
Oh,
For obvious reasons.
The picture. That's Cardano.
So wait a minute. Has Edmund Jeffries been arrested?
Good question. I don't know.
If he hasn't, I would say Edmund Jeffries. That would be a challenge.
That would be interesting.
I'm going to say, though, because I don't know how the law actually unfolded after whatever you guys did. So I'm going to say that those guys are not on the table.
Well, that's too bad. I wouldn't
How
mind
about-
shooting Jeffries.
How about Joe Martin?
As fun as that would be, no, he's off the table as well. He has diplomat or plot immunity.
Tosh Athic.
I ain't gonna shoot Tosh.
I'm just saying he would be a high value target, right?
He's just a detective.
So we have Shard has suggested Senior Vice President of Operations at As Technology.
I like that.
Isn't Shard part of Aztec?
No, he's Ronnke.
Oh, dang. I was hoping you were discreetly trying to get a promotion.
Well, I mean, when you phrase it like that, I mean,
Could be somebody in the mafia.
Yeah, his name is Gorgo.
I'm not part of the mafia anymore. I may have affiliation with it, but I'm not part of the mafia anymore.
Government's slow to update its records.
A guy named Ditch.
Yeah, that wouldn't work either because he's dead.
Is he?
The dead Ditch is dead, but there might be a live Ditch who's undead.
I
wait a minute.
literally don't know enough about Aztec to.
Well, a corp bigwig is a valid option there. Anyone else have suggestions? We can make it morally difficult as well. So it could be the Senior Vice President and his family.
No, I don't think they would do it that way. I think it was one target.
No, I'm just suggesting it could be a morally difficult one for Frey as well. Because this is involuntary. He has to do it regardless of whether he wants to or not, otherwise there's consequences. Like everyone on the street that's around him at the time will get a message on their phone and then they'll all sort of turn to him for some reason because, everyone's assassins.
So
And they'll
there
kill
was,
them all.
So there was this cop who got into a gunfight with some gangbangers and killed a guy. That guy was the son of this Chinese mafia dude, and he hires him to kill his son in revenge.
But I can't do it. I've seen this movie. It was a really good movie. I'm going to send some replacement killers after me.
The boy must die, John.
Not in your lifetime.
All right. So what's the high value target we're going to decide? Frey, you're welcome to chime in as well. Since your friends don't seem to want to buddy fucker you at the moment.
No, I actually think Mr. M would probably work really well there because we already got stats for him.
Yeah, but that'd be weird taking out a potential. He's no longer on the character selection.
Is he not?
Clearly, somebody opened it.
Well, I did open it, but I released it. I thought that released it.
No, you're still the GM has to
Release
clear
the owner.
So is Aztec? I thought Aztec was based out of Mexico or South America or something.
No,
so.
they've got stuff in stuff.
Yeah, there are two big arcologies in Seattle. One of them's Ronnke, the other one's Aztec Technologies.
Yeah, the Aztec one looks like an Aztec pyramid.
You know, I'm really tempted to say I like the senior vice president thing, but change it to Renraku so Shard is affected in some capacity.
That would be interesting, yeah.
That's fair.
Okay.
I just don't know how that goes. How you go about with that.
So, are people okay with that? Senior Vice President at Renraku?
I'm okay with that.
Okay, so you will receive a dossier on the Senior Vice President of Operations at Renraku. His residence is in the Renraku Arcology, and he very rarely leaves the Arcology in his sort of day-to-day. Yeah, arcologies being what they are.
Yeah, I'm having to do research on that myself because I haven't paid attention enough to it.
An arcology is basically a city within a single building, so it has everything that you need. There's parks, shopping centres, all that sort of stuff. So there's.
Suppose the blocks in the dread stuff are probably arcologies technically.
Yeah, to a point, yeah. You could literally live your entire life in an arcology, never having to step out of it. And in fact, the arcologies are extraterritorial. So when you go on into the Renraku arcology, it is actually no longer Seattle. So you live by the arcology's rules.
So, is it still intact? I'm looking at this Shadowrun wiki on the Renraku arcology, and it's saying like in 2059 it was taken over by an AI called Deuce or whatever.
Yeah, I think they reclaimed it.
It was reclaimed in 2061, but it said, in the aftermath of the events known as Arcology Shutdown 2059 to 2061, the building was turned over to the Seattle government and turned into a massive public housing project.
Oh, I hadn't heard of that part.
Yeah, that's what I was like,
Alright, so same deal. It's just he lives in the arcology. It is no longer Renraku owned.
Well, okay.
Yes, it doesn't.
You can easily go, whatever, wibbly wobbly. It's Renraku. Who cares?
That there is the location of the arcology.
Is that the Renraku one or the?
That's the Renraku one.
Ah.
That's the Aztec one. I think I have a picture that shows them.
Yeah, I think I've seen that, and it's a really cool image.
I've got them in Google Earth.
You got pictures in Google Earth.
No, that actually got 3D models of them in Google Earth. Somebody made them. There's those two and another one that's a much smaller tower. I don't remember who it is.
I'm pretty sure I had pictures of it.
Ah, Michama. That was the other one.
Here we go.
I thought I had pictures.
Oh, the two links
What the
that I have.
goddamn fuck?
You got
Oh
DC.
no, Frost quit.
What the? Son of a bitch.
What's up?
The goddamn virus scanner quarantined Fantasy Grounds.
Oh!
Oh,
That's
I
because I
have
was
no
trying to
idea how to
send you a
fix it.
virus. Go into your...
It didn't like that link.
Which one?
The first one?
Oh, that's interesting. That's from frickin' Obsidian Portal.
if you go into your antivirus, you should be able to
Trying to work it out.
remove it from quarantine and then whitelist it.
Okay. That was irritating.
Okay, so he has a dossier of everything on this guy that you need. It's got his address. It is in a secure section of the arcology. And you know that it is going to be a difficult task.
Yeah, this is one of those where it's like the character is going to know 100 times more than I'm going to know with regards about how to pull this off.
This section of the arcology is kind of like a gated community. So to even get access to it, you have to be a resident or invited by a resident. Hell, this could turn out into an adventure all by itself.
I know,
right? If you decide to bring the rest of the party up with you.
That would be fun.
We may have a potential deviation here where it's one of those like, oh yeah, and after this crazy crap goes down.
Side quest.
And Shard's like, ooh, promotion.
I
mean,
What is the?
I'm not going to not help a friend in a time of
Has
need.
he given a timetable for this assassination to happen?
No.
But since it's
The expectation is, it's got to, you can't wait till next year.
Yeah, you can't let old age take them. Right. So he's going to have to study the dossier and start doing, getting some additional information. Oh yeah, it does occur to me I should probably check on, see if the sister is potentially available, because of course she's not.
And that's a per session because it's an ally.
Is it session? I can
Sorry,
never
per
remember.
adventure. It's per adventure. Contacts are per session.
Contacts and
No, sorry. Contacts are per in-game day, I think.
Right. I should probably just make a note about that so I can actually remember, because I'm always going, wait, is this per adventure or per session?
Yeah, you'd think we'd work it out by now because it comes up all the time.
Yeah, we always go, okay, we've got it figured out. Now let's flush that memory. Yeah, so he's going to have to study the above the mall. Yeah, that's weird. So I'm kind of leaning toward maybe there's some place in the arcology that is still closed off, that is still held by Renraku.
No, I'd imagine they probably moved their HQ to some other building.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's probably something
not in
there
the arcology.
that is still in the arcology that they can't move for some reason.
Oh, well.
Maybe some of the R&D labs that they set up are have a lot of equipment that's difficult to remove that they added in during construction, and they
Right.
So they kept that, and then kept residential and security and some other stuff there just to keep it more easily usable.
So where if they're no longer in charge of this thing, where is Renraku based out of then?
They're apparently based out of Japan.
No, I mean in the city, because I know they're in the city.
They may not have a local presence.
Then what the hell is Shard lying to us about? He's not really a part of Renraku.
They would have a local office. They are a megacorp. So
yeah, they probably got offices.
What we
in one of
don't
the
realize is that Shard has a secret identity. He is the vice president of Ronnke.
I'm not getting paid for that.
But he's the junior vice president, not the senior vice president of operations.
Never actually worked out what Shard's job title actually is.
What's his status?
1.
What does he do?
He's still pretty low.
The job title was, I want to say it was like middle manager or something. Let me check.
But yeah, he's going. Frey is going to have to study the dossier and start figuring out a angle of attack. And I do not disagree that this is a possible side quest.
which I'm totally okay with, provided you guys are okay with it.
Mid-level corporate executive is the job.
Yeah, so there's no way he's like a vice president of anything.
No.
Unless
That's
he's
why I said
undercover.
secret identity.
Maybe like what is it? Director of something or other, maybe.
Director of magical operations.
Which
local branch.
which reminds me, on this same day, you have received this is Shard, an email from one of your co-workers who says that he wishes to speak with you.
Okay.
Dun dun dun.
I'll give him a phone call.
Alright, so do you have a name for your rival executive?
You have a rival?
I do. Rival executive.
Is he the senior vice president of operations of?
Well, if that might have been what I was going to suggest earlier. If I knew it had triggered, because why not?
Do you have him set up as a rival, or is he a hostile enemy?
He is enemy.
So you have different types of enemy. You got enemy, and you got I think it's rival, hunter, and there's another one I can't remember. Rival go out of their way to make your shit difficult. A hunter will actually try and get you killed. So he's probably a hunter.
Is he an actual? Did you actually spend money for an enemy?
Yes.
Money. Point. Have you rolled that to see if that triggered? Oh, okay.
All right. So you will have a call from what was his name?
Oh, name. Let's go with
It should be Japanese, since they're based out of Japanese, or they're based out. They're headquartered in Chiba, Japan.
Okay.
Presuming they are the Renraku.
No, they have an American division, I guess, and that's headquartered in Manhattan.
Okay, he's probably there then. To make that. Yeah.
Should still be Japanese.
The names have all Americanized between all the different species. Like elves don't necessarily go by fancy elvish names. Yeah.
All right. So he's on the phone with you. Stephen is on the phone with you.
Actually, hang on. No, to make it even just that a little bit more worse.
A little bit more worse.
Yeah, a little bit more haughty and.
Yeah, I would have probably gone with a Japanese first name and Stevens at the end.
Stefan Nakamura.
Yeah, something like that. And it's like his real name is Steve Smith.
So he says to you, I wish to have a meeting with you.
It involves bullets.
Understood.
I have made arrangements to be at the corporate offices in the Renraku Arcology. Can you please meet me there? And he'll give you a time. Come alone.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's not like you ever gave me a secretary, so fine.
And it just so happens that you're the place that you're going to meet up with this dude is in the secured area of the Ronnke ecology that just so happens to be the same secured area that Frost needs to get into.
How convenient.
Sorry, not Frost, Frey.
Yeah, but the question that comes to mind there is how do I actually involve the other characters considering this duty is tied to his secret?
I have a Shadowrun mission.
Stumble into each other on I'm on my way to my meeting, and you managed to find your way in, and the rest of the group, though, I don't know.
You don't need to.
Honestly, I think it'd be just as amusing as if you're like in their meeting and the door opens and I come in and shoot everybody but you.
No.
And you're like, what the hell?
No, after it happens, Shard is on the way to the meeting. Shard sees you, said, "You working, Frey?
Yeah.
You have a good day?"
Just working
Afraid
some things
so.
out.
Easy way for you to involve the group without revealing your secret is just say you have a job and you need some help. You don't need to reveal that this is a mission for the agency. You have a mission from a Johnson. It's just this one's a little bit more personal.
Yeah, that's true.
Doing a favor for a friend, maybe.
I know I will approach it as such like that because all the PCs are aware that Frey has the max reputation as a Shadowrunner, so it's probably not a surprise that someone would potentially reach out to him if it's something like that. So he will probably dip into his own funds and basically say, "Hey, yeah, got this." Do they have? Let me double check. I'm wondering if they have slang for like. How in Expanse they're like, "Oh yeah, it's a kidnap job," sort of thing. This ain't a kidnap job.
You know what,
Snatch and grab.
Gorgo, if you were to ask him, he would just say, "I'll help you out for free."
Well, it would be one of those where he's like, it's gonna, pay this much, and that would be a way for him to sort of cover it.
I think wet work is the slang for assassinations.
Yeah, and but I don't know if there are PCs that have disads that would go against. Oh shit, this is an assassination.
You've killed people before.
Oh, Frey has no problem with it.
Not assassination. They were usually trying to kill us first, and we tried to kill them right back.
Ultimately, it just may be one of those where he's like, "I need you to get me into this place." And then it's like, well, what happens then? And then I take care of the problem.
Yeah, that probably sounds more like it. Yeah, I think in Frost's case, he'd probably be willing to work for a favor.
All right, so you're going to bring in the rest of the group?
Yeah, I think he's going to need to because he needs to get access to location he can't get access to normally.
Okay, so I'm going to forego reading the first cutscene and we will deal with your respective enemies and duties, and then continue showcase. So in the event this turns out to be an adventure all on its own, we can deal with
We may have to punch
the adventure later.
until then.
It's all good.
All good.
All right, so how do you contact your friends, and how do you key them in on this job?
As stated, I'm certain we have a way to contact one another, but basically, point out it's like he's got a run, and he needs to get into a secured area in that arcology, and he would appreciate some assistance, and he is willing to pay for everyone's time.
I'm in.
Sure.
I actually have a thing I have to go to in the arcology, so I might be able to get you in through the front door.
Well, that could be useful.
Not sure I can help with the rest of the job, mind, but because I have that thing, but
Okay, I need to make sure to take some pencils with me.
Mm-hmm.
Full magazine of pencils. Yeah, so if nothing else, at least with Frost, he's going to want to see if he can get a lowdown on the various security features of that particular area. Yes, Shard is probably familiar with them, but not as familiar as Frost can be.
Yep.
And you probably approach it more from a I just
User.
use this. Yeah, I'm a user. I'm not a how do I get around this? I'm trying to think of how I would incorporate Gorgo into it.
If you don't need Gorgo, that's fine. But maybe you can poison. Shard goes in, he slips a poison into a cup. Gorgo comes in as AKA emergency services, gets the guy out, and then you assassinate him outside.
Dockwagon, I think, would come in at that point if anything really happened.
Yeah,
I can get with Dockwagon.
If the guy is, a senior, what was it, a senior vice
Senior
president?
vice president.
Yeah, if he's a senior vice president, locally, they're going to have specialized stuff like that. So if Frey's going in to take the dude out, it's going to be a John Wick taking the guy out. Go in, shoot him in the head, kill a bunch of guards on the way out.
Let Francis take the night off.
So with regards to some more information on the setup of this place, given that the 200 floors above the mall are public housing, the section that Ronnke cordoned off and still leases from the city, I guess, is a high security section, and in there is various other, I won't say it's high security, but there is security to get into the Ronnke section of the arcology. And once in the arcology, you have their can't be moved R&D facility, which is ultra high security within that. And then you've got the residential areas for the people that still work in those offices and such, which has its own level of security. Being the senior VP, he has his own guard and to get to his section of the building would require further security checks and stuff like that. So you could probably have a valid reason to be in the Renraku section of the arcology with the invitation of Shard, but that doesn't necessarily give you access to other secure areas within the building.
Right, which is what I would end up needing Frost for. So that's not difficult at all.
Here's an idea. Shard can pretend to get sick or something there, and they have to call emergency services. Frost intercepts the call. Then that brings in Gorgo and Frey and Frost as emergency services in, gets Frey in the door. He can assassinate the person as we get Shard out. In and out using emergency services.
That's going to get a lot of emergency services people shot down the road, isn't it?
We did that one before. We borrowed somebody's ambulance, I seem to recall.
Yes, we did.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
It worked.
Old tricks are the best tricks.
That would be a reason to get Gorgo in, right?
Yeah. Well, like I said, ultimately, I need to know how difficult Frost would find it to penetrate the security. I doubt he can totally do it remotely, but ideally, I'd like to minimize everyone else's presence, if at all possible. So if we could be one of those things where I've got something that I can just plug in that he can use to remote into stuff, that'd be ideal. And hey, if I accidentally have to shoot Shard's enemy, that's just gravy.
Wow, the Ronnke security guards look pretty badass.
Well, that figures. Well, I'm okay with them looking badass. I just prefer if they're not actually super badass.
I'll load up a photo for you.
Are these the red samurai?
Yep.
But yeah, gonna have to get layout, figure that stuff out.
Okay.
They do have a helmet that looks like the samurai mask stuff, or samurai helmet.
because of course they do. All right. So how should we proceed in this case?
Well, GM, how complicated do you want this duty assignment to be? Do you want this to be more of like a skill challenge resolution, or do you want us to role play it all the way through?
That's entirely up to you guys. You guys are fucking this cat. I'm just holding its head.
Because if we want to get back onto the regular campaign, I would recommend a skill challenge.
Well, the regular campaign hasn't started yet.
That's what I'm saying, is so we can get on to the regular campaign.
Yeah, that's not a terrible idea.
Entirely up to you guys. I'm not phased.
Who's all in for skill challenge? Say aye.
Yep. I. Herp. Yerp.
Whatever.
Shard, you're in?
Sure.
So a skill challenge it is.
All right, and considering this is a difficult challenge, I'm going to set a -5 bad.
Oh my god.
You don't kill senior VPs easily.
Nothing that's gonna let me get away with a -5.
So how many
And-
successes do we need?
Let's say we'll need, there's 4 of you, we'll do 2 successes from each of you. So you'll need 8 successes. And
Lord.
4 failures. Writes you off.
I think they always do 3. I don't know if that ever changes.
Oh, there's a bad -5.
And that'll give you 2 opportunities to roll. If we go with 8.
I just had to figure out what all I'm gonna use. Stealth is obviously gonna be one.
Actually, we'll say 5. You have 5 failures. So if you have 5 fails, the mission is a failure. 8 to win, 5 to lose.
All right. Okay, so I think we're gonna need to start. Oh, doing it that way. Let's see here. So, good God, -5. Well, let's see if this will work.
Are we doing no repeats?
Fuck yeah!
Hey.
We'll do.
That counts as 2, doesn't it?
I don't know if we ever established that. It's probably reasonable, though.
It's a 3.
I will say no repeats from the same person. And if you're repeating the same skill as part of the challenge, then you need to have a reasonable justification for it. So Frost's Frey stealthing in through the main doors can't be followed up by Frost stealthing through the main doors, sort of thing.
Well,
So
at least in my case, I suspect the stealth is going to be later in the thing. And did the techniques thing get all wonky again?
Yeah, mine is being weird too. Specifically with the 0 pointers. Oh, no, not specifically with the 0 pointers.
you might have to, add a point, delete a point for it to recalculate.
Yeah, I had to delete what I had in there and then add it back, and it fixed.
Same for me.
So weird.
Since this is phrase skill challenge, I'm going to track successes versus failures in your injury and fatigue column. And I'll take the critical as a 2 successes.
Hmm.
Yeah,
No,
that would have totally been one of the like, if you remember in Wick 2, where he just sort of appears in the ladies in the bath area. It's like, how did he get there? Don't care. Don't mind. Moving on.
Okay, so Frost.
That was a really pathetic ring.
Did the ringtone change?
A lazy ring. Yeah, it was very low and slow. Lazy. Ah, right. Well, it seems logical that I should use probably computer hacking. I don't think I need further explanation. Wow.
Sweet.
Okay.
Well, that means we got 4.
I think we already succeeded, didn't we?
No, that's 4 of 8.
Did I mention they got reinforcements?
Well, I am supposed to be a badass Shadowrunner.
Oh, that would be an interesting way to do it, though. Every success raises bad.
Shut the hell up.
Have to save that for later.
What would be good?
Don't worry, you'll just roll a crit.
I'm thinking of...
White Christmas?
Well, now I am. Really not very skilled. I'm thinking of... No,
I will allow.
I'm thinking of trying to use administration as a means of trying to explain away why I would be in this section of the arcology However, I think that'd be more fast talk than administration, so I don't think that would quite work.
I will allow extra time modifiers if it is, your description of what you're doing makes sense. If you have, the ability to take extra time.
Yeah.
So if that changes what you're going to do, then you have that option. Yes, Frey, that would be totally a valid option.
Right. Clearly, you've got the GMC's whispers turned on.
Yes.
I don't know why, but I tend to turn that off because it's like I think I had it on turned on once when I was running, and Daniel and Mark were like whispering back to one another as they're plotting. It was starting to get really distracting to me. Right.
All right, so Shard.
Yeah, I'm trying to think through, but I'm also.
I'm going to look at his spells. I'm wondering if any of his spells are appropriate.
Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to think if this
Think out loud.
Okay. Just focusing on Frey's thing at this point. Originally, I was trying to intermingle mine with his, but
What are your highest skills?
thaumaturgy at 15, and then administration at 14.
So technically, you could just use IQ.
IQ's 13. I have a couple other skills at 13. Not the most skillful.
You could use a spell.
Given the two previous rolls, failure is an option at this point, probably.
No, it's never an option.
What could you squeeze the most bonuses out of?
Let's talk your spells,
thinking
Shard.
Administration to sort of do work as a cover, though I don't really know how that would help the group overall. Diplomacy to think through, or to not necessarily distract, but sort of occupy the attention of a, maybe. I don't think I could get a meeting with the guy on this short notice.
Let's talk some of your skills. Just go through your list.
I happen to passing through on the way to deal with potentially passing through on the way to deal with my thing. I happen to run into the guy in the office in diplomacy, potentially with extra time, just to chat him up for some time.
So delaying the target.
Yeah.
Senior vice president. Yeah, but I think diplomacy might work in that case.
What's your perception?
So you just want to stall him?
Perception 13. And yeah, it's I only have diplomacy at 11, so it's not the best, and is.
Oh yeah, and you're going to be at -5. So
what other skills do you have? Just go through your skills.
I already went through my highest. Thaumatology, administration are my two highest.
So look at
Unless I want to fire a laser at him.
Oh no, but you have other spells that you could theoretically use.
Well, yes, but
you don't have to fire a laser at him.
My concern is that this is the arcology in a pretty secure section of Renraku's place that probably have monitor spirits. So me firing out spells.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Maybe you used your laser to cut through a door that we couldn't get past.
You
used it to cut through a lock.
You've also got the first one of the things that I see is ignite fire, and you could like do that on as like a distraction sort of thing. where it's like you do that in one of the, as you're passing there's a kitchen, and it causes a grease fire that causes a big distraction.
And maybe someone gets hurt and they need a physician. Oh.
That works. Use start a fire as a distraction.
Okay.
Now we're expecting another 3 here. But hey,
Wow.
that's success.
Squeaking by on that one.
Man, this was too easy for you guys.
Well, my handler did say he wanted the best.
So I am looking at, I can go by the easy, which is he started a fire, coming up with a legitimate reason for being there as a physician to treat the people or first aid. So a cover story. The other aspect is I get into a situation, I use psychology or diplomacy
Drink.
to tuck my way out of it. So
He had a really good fast talk too, didn't he?
I have 15 for fast talk, yeah.
Yeah. Need a little better
But
than that,
my
probably.
first aid is at a 20, so that would definitely be someone just got hurt.
Yeah, that's
that's
the one you want to use if you can't, if you can find a reason for it.
But the other one is also physician. That gives me a little bit more credibility and status.
Right, but how would that actually benefit the mission though, to execute someone?
If he is using that as a cover to get into an area and then leaves a door open, for example, something like that.
Or Frey is my assistant.
Or that.
I'm the physician, he's my assistant.
That would potentially tie you to him as well.
I already rolled my selfless roll, and I'm completely all in for Frey right now. Whatever.
He's all in for murdering a guy.
Except he doesn't know that yet.
So I'm going to go with physician.
So you're physicianing for what exactly?
Basically, they called. Someone got injured during the grease fire. Emergency services were called. We were able, the computer hacking that Frost did, margin critical, intercepted the line. I was on scene. So physician, or I could use my savoir-faire medical or whatever, or diplomacy, whatever the case may be, or psychology. Basically, I'm there to get in there, help this person with the injury, and then Frey is my assistant. And then while I'm treating the guy, Frey disappears. His stealth of critical success of 5, and nobody notices.
Critical success of 3.
Critical success by 5.
Okay.
So do you want physician or first aid?
I think physician
yeah, that's more
is
professional.
probably more appropriate.
Six. We need 2 more.
That's what it looks like. No, that's not a completely different ring. It's slightly different. I've noticed they seem to
I think
change
it's random.
in between. Yeah. So mine is going to be pretty obvious.
I would laugh if you failed.
It'd be really hard for him to fail that.
So he basically, with the 3, managed to get in there. The guy's, sitting at his desk or something, not paying attention. And since Frey does have what the hell is it? Frickin' silencer on the weapon. He shoots the guy in the head, and then he's gone. Now you need to crash the systems, Daniel.
It looks like
I think I'm going to intervene here. Given the physician story, I'm going to force a electronics operations communication, since you're intercepting a call. So if you have electronics operation communications, you should make that roll.
Roll that.
But you should, because you're intercepting a call.
I didn't decide that.
You've got 7 successes and no failures. You can afford to lose.
You need to roll.
I don't want to be the guy
here,
to
Daniel.
lose it.
No, you need to roll a 3. That just to go F you to the GM. You need to develop a fake trademark.
This isn't gonna work.
Why? Do you not have that?
It's not very high.
I'm telling you, you're going to roll a 3.
Don't worry. Just roll. It's okay.
You are going to roll a 3. 3 ones. That's it.
You know, I have much better skills than that.
Well, GM's got a GM.
You know, I'm trying to think of how I can squeeze something out of this.
You can add your equipment bond, I guess.
I mean, I guess that's kind of cheaty, but I'll take it since you said so.
3 ones.
Where the hell did I put that?
I'll be sad face if you roll crit.
That would honestly be freaking hilarious.
It would be hysterical.
I can get that at least. You know, I could take a little extra time on that too. How about that?
Yeah, it's feasible. I won't let you take like half an hour extra time, but...
Well, that's...
You can do some pre-prep setup.
I don't know what the base time on that's going to be, but if this is... it's probably not maybe a minute.
Well,
yeah, we'll
think
say a
about
minute.
his computer hacking critical that you get by 10. That could potentially give him pluses for the electronic operations communication.
I think I'm okay with it.
It's fine. He's going to roll 3 ones.
I don't think he is.
I think you're going to roll 3 ones. You didn't roll 3 ones.
Yay, win.
That's not a win.
That is for me. Alright, so while it was still successful, it wasn't perfect. There was a whole yes, everything's fine down here, how are you moment. Shard.
Okay.
And he's like, crap, now it's on me again.
I know, right?
What would I recommend? I'm looking at the character on the boards with the various skills.
No, originally I was thinking about the perception and whether or not he could use astral sight to find a hole in any sort of magical security they might have had.
What is application? Isn't that like Mage Hand?
Yeah.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, you could totally use that for something.
Swipe someone's keycard or something.
All right.
Yeah, that, or use it to pull a fire alarm or something like that to cause chaos. Look at that.
All right, that's your 8 challenges complete.
I get to go again.
It's
Actually,
Nope, that was it.
You do get another roll. Everyone got 2 rolls. So Gorgo can have a roll. We'll see if you overkill it or you get a failure.
I
Wow.
guess his guard or his assistant showed back up.
All right. So how does the psychology work? Describe it.
So, psychology works in that
He's like, I don't know.
You convince a guy that his life choices have been bad up until now, and he has to go and quit his job.
I had to redirect at someone based on the failure of the electronics operation communications. Someone kind of thought twice about it, came over and said, "Hey, how did you get here so fast?" And so I kind of redirected him with psychology and more talked to him about his life choices and his, and got him basically distracted.
And
as I was treating, and didn't want to depress him, just more of made him feel happy about his life again, so that he walked away feeling good, like he actually accomplished something, even though he didn't accomplish what he came over to do, which was to question me. Because
honestly, your boss could die suddenly, and everything could change.
All right, so he's feeling much better about himself. You've dealt with his mummy issues, and you just ironed all that out. He knows where he's going in life now. All right, so Frey, you will successfully pull off the assassination. However, Shard, I'm going to make it slightly difficult for you.
Hooray!
Because yours is a separate role entirely. You turn up to the meeting with this rival executive. He's sitting at a desk. No. While you're there, he says, I need something from you.
Oh.
He needs your love.
And he'll... I'm not exactly sure what your job role is within Renraku, but he needs...
something magical aligned, because magic.
He needs you to do something really bad, which could have you taking the fall for stuff. And as you're sort of speaking with this guy, you'll see that he'll key the intercom and he'll say, send them through. As you're sort of there, and you'll see a bunch of dudes walking in into the office. They shut and lock the door, and you can see one of them starts to unfold a plastic tarp and lay it on the floor. Your enemy says, you have 2 choices. I don't think you're going to like the second one very much.
Damn. You got a crappy job, bro. And that's coming from the guy who was just assigned to assassinate somebody.
Is he an enemy or is he a rival?
No, he's an enemy because he paid the hunter
Yeah, I just titled it Rival Executive.
Oh.
So he's quite willing to kill you if he doesn't get what he wants. So, long story short, he has something that is not going to be looked favourably upon in the eyes of the company. Was that quite loud?
That was quite loud, yes.
He wants you to be the front man for this. Otherwise, the alternative appears to be that you'll be leaving here in a plastic bag.
You should kill them all. Oh wait, that's what Frey would do.
So there are 3 in the room. There's the executive, and then there's 2 thugs, which are clearly armed. You have some options. You can agree to the his proposal, or you can shoot your way out, or
That's
fight
the
your way
Frey
out.
option.
If you choose the latter or the former option, then we'll work out the details of how that affects your character. Doesn't necessarily mean you'll lose your job or anything like that, but he wants you to do the dirty work so his hands are clean.
Knowing that he's tried to pull crap on me in the past, would I've had time to prepare?
What sort of prepare?
Spells, precast spells.
Sure, as long as they're they're not noticeable.
Okay, time to put this power stone to work.
So I assume that you're choosing the attack option?
I am heavily leaning that way, yes.
So he's going to know what the rival executive is capable of. So if that guy is also a wizard, you'd have to keep that in mind. If he's just a rival executive where he's his sort of thing is, oh yeah, I have political power, then you can just say, yeah, I'm gonna waste these dudes and then smear you on the concrete.
If Shard's job is magic related, then this guy's probably going to be, similar department.
Maybe he's tech related. He thinks magic is a waste of time. Maybe he's finance and he just doesn't like Shard because he doesn't get his time slipped in time.
They hate that.
They really do.
So what sort of spells are you thinking of preparing?
I'm thinking of... I just wanted to confirm it worked that way. I'm thinking of a delayed blur and a delayed blur, a delayed flash, and a delayed flesh to stone.
You're going to turn yourself into a statue?
No, him.
Ha! Shoot that!
Ha 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 ha, nope. I could have sworn Shard had luck.
Roll on it.
Did he not?
Apparently not. I could have sworn he did, but apparently not. Okay.
Have you used it?
I think I may have. Okay, that's not too bad. It's not something, I was afraid it'd be something like can't cast spell for 24 hours or something, but
All right.
Well, okay,
But-
that's true. You did precast that.
Okay, but which one is this delay on?
that would have been on the blur first.
Okay, so your blur is going to fail when you go to use it.
Oh,
But you don't know that because it's delayed.
interesting. Okay.
Oops.
Okay, and that was just to make sure that the blur, I think, I know the blur goes off. Okay. And then
I think these are considered spells on as well, the delay. So further castings are at -1.
Yeah, okay.
Alright, so which one's this one?
This would be the flash.
Alright, what's your next one?
So far, so good.
Next one is going to be the flesh to stone.
Yep, that's good. All good. Is that all of them?
Let's do.
Sure, you want to pile on more?
So you're going to be at -3 because you got 3 spells on now.
Yeah. Do I know? Never mind. Let me. Da-da-da-da. And sure, let's say that's good. Okay. Okay. And I'll have those tied through the delay. I'll give it'll just be like a mental trigger. Thinking a specific phrase, correct horse battery staple. I'll have the flash and the blur tied to that same phrase, and then have the flesh stone tied to a separate
I wonder
mental
if you
phrase.
can. I wonder if you can do that with flesh to stone. That requires a target, doesn't it?
It
I
makes
think
or
it
does
does.
delay just handle the casting part?
I'm not sure. We'll just go with it for now. Let's not think about it. He may get exploded, beforehand.
True. Does he
Yeah,
have too
all
many
it mentions
spells
is
on?
that delays cannot be blocking your missile spells, but the rest can, and flesh of stones are regular. But yeah, okay. Then
All right.
so back in the office, presented with the option to do the bad for this guy or not. Shard will opt to not, and will think of the phrase to correct horse battery staple to trip the flash and blur.
Okay, so the blur will activate, except you're not very blurry.
Most unfortunate.
It is more like static. And what's the details on flash? They have to make a health roll.
Yes, it is a health to avoid the worst effects. It is. I'm imagining his office is. They'd be within 10 yards of me.
They would be, yes.
Okay, then yes, they have to make the health roll, and then if they see
It's a opposed health roll.
Oh, it's opposed.
Yep.
Oh, I thought it was. It just mentioned each creature must make a health roll.
Yeah, it's a regular spell, so it's going to be against your spell.
Oh, against the MOS. Okay.
Okay, so your success on
By
that
4.
flash was... Yeah, by 4.
By 4.
So that's by 3. No, you already included the -1, so that's all right.
So
Okay.
it looks like all 3 of them failed.
If health roll is not made, they are blind for 3 seconds and then have 1 minute at -3 dex.
Alright, so you have 3 turns to do stuff. During those turns, the 2 goons will be drawing their weapons and, just sort of waving them out in front of them, trying to sort of work out where you are. They're not actually shooting or anything like that. What are you doing?
Okay. First turn will be to fire off the flesh to stone.
Who are you fleshing to stone?
The big bad.
Your enemy. Nice.
Keep in mind, if you kill your enemy, you will have to pay off your enemy, or your enemy will become the brother of the dude, or something like that.
Okay. Okay.
He
so
has
it would
to make a health check.
Yep, resisted by health.
Yeah, and that is he needs to succeed by 2.
Say 11. He fails, so he will turn to stone.
Yep.
Okay.
So you have 2 more turns to do stuff.
Activation word for that.
Permanent.
Activation word for that should have been "you rock."
I mean, that's entirely possible. Yeah. Let me see if this thing does what I think it does.
And just for clarity, when he invited the dudes in, you will notice that he flicked a switch and the security cameras in the office, the little red light that shows they're on, turned off. So none of this is being recorded or anything like that.
I don't know. I was thinking it'd been really funny if this was actually a job interview, between with another senior executive watching to see which of the 2 is going to come out of this.
Okay. So then
Tryouts.
here's where the
Tryouts.
Here's where the bad part happens. I am going to shape Earth the guy's head.
So kill him.
Damn.
You're not playing around, huh?
I'm going to. How do I want to move it?
Make his head a donut.
Give him a smiley face. No, literally, that's what it is. It's a big circle with the smiley face.
No, I'll just collapse it into his neck, and so his head is now in his torso.
All right,
Well, that dude's foobard.
he is dead. He will not be able to stone to flesh and survive.
And then I'm going to spend turn 3 to run out.
Jump out the window.
I don't have slow fall or anything like that.
All right, so you will spend this turn running to the door. At this point, their vision comes back and they're at Dex -3. Is that right?
For another 57 seconds, yes.
Wow.
Actually,
All right, so
I think it's for a full minute.
Well, it is for a full minute, but I figured if they're blind for 3 seconds.
No, I think it's you're blind for 3 seconds and then -3 for a minute.
Ah, okay.
But I'm not positive. And granted, it is GURPS, so honestly, if a fight has lasted a full minute, then you're probably using mass combat.
all right, so you will get to the door and it is locked.
Ruh-roh, Raggy.
Okay.
Lazor.
No, I'm going to put a force dome around myself.
Well, you don't get to because that was your turn.
Okay.
That was your third turn running to the door.
Okay.
So they come out of their blindness. They can see
their
you.
boss.
Their boss is a stone statue without a head. They see you at the door. They have their weapons out, so they are going to unload on you. And just conveniently, there is some gunshots somewhere else in the building heard
Blah.
at roughly the same time.
Actually, no. I had the.
No, it's fire alarm. Yeah, the sprinklers go off.
That's right. So both of these guys, we will say that you're at a -2, which is, I think, short.
-3 is short if,
3.
if you're using action.
By the way, completely buggered delay.
What?
Completely buggered how delay worked.
Oh, I did.
Ignore that.
Okay.
Wow, you're going to get 3 hits.
Okay. Goon number 1.
Let's see. I'm going to say the first one is going to be shot in the back because you were running at the door.
Okay.
So, do you have armor?
I have I don't know if this would have been that. I have a reflex tactical vest. I have reflex tactical vest, trousers, and gloves. I don't know how, if those are concealable or not. If they are, okay. If they are, then
the vest is. I think the tactical vest is not concealable. I think it's the one that is like a SWAT vest that has all your pockets and stuff.
Mm.
But reflect, you can get. Well, what's the DR on it?
18/7.
Okay, so these guys will not get through your DR.
It's gonna hurt though,
Might not.
No blunt trauma.
unless they just winged you.
And those both were coming at me from the rear.
So the first one you don't get to dodge.
Okay.
I'll give you a chance to dodge the second one.
Nice.
And then that only covers one of them, though, because this is not return missiles.
Correct.
That's too bad.
Yeah, I just saw that reverse missiles is a thing, and that'd be very useful in things with automatic fire. All right, taking that one.
There's another one that's.
I don't think you
good
can do
idea.
that
Oh no.
because that's two
Oh,
defenses. If
Okay.
you're taking all out defense, then yes.
Okay, no, he would not. So it would. His first instinct would have been to return the shot.
Yeah, there's another one that you should look at as missile shield, in which case the bullets would basically miss you by
All right,
the
so-
tiniest margin.
So the first one will return. You did not know that there's a second one that's hitting, so that won't get returned, which means you'll get hit by one. And
Wow, I'm just reading return missile, and it specifically states if the attacker's 2-hit was successful, he hits himself. If not, he sees the missile fly back toward him and miss. I thought you had to make like a another check, but I
Another
guess
hit.
not. Guess not.
so this is for you. Alright, so that is the bullet that hit you in the arm, so apply whatever arm DR you've got.
I don't think I'm covered in my arms. I think that's
Jacket?
my hole.
Sorry,
No,
I
he
rolled
had
the
a miss.
damage already, so it was 10 points piercing minus, so whatever gets through is halved. This is for the guy. He will get hit in the arm as well.
Piercing minus halved.
So you'll take 5 to the arm.
Okay, cool. It's what I had, so I just want. Okay.
Next turn. It's your turn.
Next term is going to be the Force Dome. I'm going to have it be okay. I'm going to have it be of a sufficient size to go between them and I, but not to risk overlapping with the outside hallway or anything like that. I don't know if it would go through walls when it's.
Does that move with you, or is it static?
It's static.
Static.
Okay, so
Unfortunately.
you're going to be in the center of the Force Drone, yeah?
No, I want to position it between me and them. I don't want to cast it on me, mainly because I
as
want to be able to get
a
out.
wall or an obstacle.
Casting it as an obstacle, yes.
Okay. we'll say it is an executive office. We'll say 4 yards across to block the them from you. So it would have to be
I don't have to put it between me and them. Actually, no, I should. Never mind. Yeah, okay, 4 yards.
So it'll have to be a 2 hex area. No, area 3.
Area 3. Okay.
No. 2 hex. Yeah, it'll have to be area 3 because area 2 is not quite enough. So take the fatigue for that and decide whether that's off the power stone or whatever.
Oh yeah, I'm chugging through power stones. I'm notating the expenditures on a search sheet, and we'll reflect that.
So an area 3 force stone. It is their turns. They will shoot, but the bullets will just hit the force dome. You will be able to make your escape if that's all you're going to do.
It takes a second for the dome to form. That's
Alright, so you're going to be facing shots then.
yeah.
Well, you can always kind of hunker down behind it as it grows.
Is it a 1-turn cast?
1 turn to cast, 1 turn to form.
Alright, so they will shoot.
Man, you're making a mess.
You get defenses on all these, but it's only one that you need to defend against.
Okay.
Alright, so you'll get hit by 1, he'll get hit by 1. This is your hit location.
I keep expecting to see a skull hit.
So in the leg. And his hit location. And I'm just going to roll damage once for both of you. Ouch.
Okay, so that so the trousers, that does get through the trousers by 2. Then PI minus.
Then you only
So
take
halved.
1. So that's not as bad as it could be.
Yep.
Alright, so then your force dome forms at the end, finishes forming at the end of your turn. You can do something.
Point of order for Shard. If you just bail, these dudes are going to be able to report you to their, whoever, and say, yeah, he whacked that guy, your boss.
True.
I'm totally not playing the little devil on your shoulder that's urging you to murder everyone. Honest.
Question. Well, here's the thing: is Shard is within contact range of us, right?
That arcology is really large. It kind of depends on where we are in that quote-unquote building.
Can we
but,
do a universe
we're
reaction roll to
we're
see
in
if maybe
communication.
we're close enough to intervene?
You could if Shard's going to call you in.
Yeah, the other thing that comes to mind is it's like, what do we do if he goes, hey, I'm in this secure location and I'm getting shot at? We're like, oh crap.
Okay, I think Yeah, that it is a good point. I think he would know that they'd report back. So
he may drop the dome on top of himself and just, block the door off and then, laser them to death.
well, the dome being between us and them works just fine as well. And then he will start lasering them though.
Yeah, but if you're outside the dome, you can't shoot through it, can you?
Yes, you can. Force dome
You can
allows magic
yeah.
through.
Oh.
It stops physical. It's utter does both, but force does only physical. So bullets will not, but magical lasers will go just fine.
Okay, since they can't really do anything, and you can, I will just say that you murder these guys. Do you... do you burn them to a crisp?
Conceal the fact.
You gonna make sure that they're dead?
I wonder if magic has a fingerprint.
Yes, it does.
And I don't have anything that can diffuse it.
It leaves a signature in astral space.
Is there a window?
I have no means of stopping falls.
No. Is there a window in this office? Yes or no?
Yes. Actually, no,
Throw
it's
the
an
bodies out
archaeology,
the
so
window.
no.
Throw the bodies out the window.
That wouldn't do much.
Alright, so you can murder them, so that they're all dead, and then you can leave. That's fine.
That's probably going to come up on our performance report. Sure.
So,
before leaving though, I will collect what evidence I can of what he was trying to make me do, just so that I can try to prepare to frame it as how terrible for Renraku it would have been, and so I had to step in order to make sure he could not betray Renraku, and thus I did not murder him. I protected Renraku.
alright, give me a universe reaction roll. On a good or better, you have time to do that. Otherwise, no.
Universe is cold and uncaring.
You will know that the sounds of gunshots and all that are going to be alerting security, and you do not want to be here when they arrive.
Okay, then off I go.
Well, to be fair, they'll find that info.
Yeah, I just wanted the ability to put the extra spin on it to make it, better for me.
Not that it matters. He turned the cameras and all that off.
Well,
Yeah,
right,
well,
but I
if
figured
the
they'd still
magic
trace the
has a
signature back to
signature.
me. And so they'll come sooner or later, and I just wanted to be able to prepare.
It has a signature, but doesn't necessarily mean they go, oh, that's Shard. They'd have to know.
I was thinking they'd have a database of it since I was on file.
No, it's not like that.
Oh, okay.
So you can evict yourself fairly easily from this situation. And
So, what's jumping in really quick? What's Shard's intelligence? IQ?
It is 13.
You should totally contact Frost and on the down low and give him your rival, enemy, whatever his identity, and have him do things.
Hey, Frost, I could use your help on something.
Because he won't embezzle the shit out of that dude's money at all, will he?
The pay is whatever you feel you can comfortably take.
alright, so since your enemy is dead, you will have to pay off that enemy, or
His
it
twin
gets
brother.
transferred to someone else that wants revenge.
You thought that was the real me?
Okay, so that's actually going to depend on So I'll have enough points at the end of this session to buy it off. However, there is a question I have that I would like to take offline, just because it might take longer to sort out. So.
Okay. If you buy it off, you could, because you're killing the dude, you could also pay it down. So, his vengeful brother only appears on a 6 or less instead of a 9 or less, or whatever. So you don't have to pay it off entirely. You can pay it down.
Okay, good to know. I will evaluate my options.
Or just turn it into a secret.
All right, so you guys will then evict yourselves from the Renraku Arcology, doing the slow walk out of the building, as in the background, things are exploding because, reasons.
Because of course they are.
Good God.
That wasn't me.
I don't think that was us.
Seems there's a lot of things happening at the same time, maybe.
Weird. So apparently I owe everybody a favor. That'll be interesting.
So you didn't offer to pay up?
That's what I thought. That's what everybody, because I'm totally willing to.
Well, that's what Frost
pay.
said anyway.
Gorgo was willing. Basically said, "Oh man, you don't have to pay me."
Apparently,
Right.
Shard may need some help here shortly.
There's some dudes I may need you to whack. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that was an interesting deviation.
Indeed. So, the following day, you're woken by the alert noise of your comlink, hours before you expect your wake-up call.
Oh dear. Oh, hey Claudia.
Bleary-eyed, you look at your AR caller ID. It's Claudia. She never calls before 10 a.m, so this must be a big deal, keeping in mind that the last few adventures have all been like before 10 a.m.
Yeah, I know. I was thinking that.
I thought that when I was reading it the first time.
Totally got her ringtone set to a noir saxophone riff.
She's annoyingly perky and starts speaking before you can even grunt a greeting. Hoi chummer. Hope I didn't wake you up. Ah, who am I kidding? Of course I woke you up. Anyway, we've got some work today. If you can... no, don't worry. If you can get to the Burke Museum of Natural History and Culture, at UW, within an hour, there's 1,000 yuan fee just for turning up. It's some kind of urgent retrieval gig. If you're up for it, let me know and I'll ping you the details. Oh, and wrap up warm. It's freezing out. She hangs up before you are even fully awake. As you start to get quickly washed and dressed, your comlink flashes an alert. An unexpected blizzard rolled into town overnight and covered everything in snow. Outside, you see jackrabbits sliding across icy streets, and the whole city is eerily quiet. Getting to the meeting on time is going to be a bitch.
You know what happened last time it was snowing? That's when Ditch died.
Ooh.
You know what the last time
Foreshadowing.
happened when they said, it's 1,000 new yen just for showing up?
Yeah.
They wanted to start a riot.
Oh, who needs a ride? I already got my coffee this morning.
So, how do you get there?
I drive.
I'm gonna drive.
Alright, so you're all taking personal vehicles?
Yeah, I guess. We're in a hurry. I don't think we have time to actually gather up.
Plus, I suspect we all probably live on different parts of town.
Alright, so not carpooling at all?
No, not this time.
Okay, so everyone that is driving is going to have to
I
make
knew
a
that was
driving
coming.
roll.
I knew that was coming.
Mhm.
GM was too busy going, everybody's driving? Everybody?
I'm lucking that. Go the success by 4.
Are you sure? The other two options are equally good.
No, I like the success by 4.
Alright, so we have a failure from Shard. So the rest of you, as you drive, your cars are not meant for driving in snow and ice, and it is treacherous. As Shard, you have discovered.
Your car crashes and explodes, and you die.
Well, that shouldn't be a full-on crash. That should be below your SR.
Yes.
Yeah, but it's in super crappy, so he's gonna go fishtailing.
It's not going to be a failure by more than your
It's not SR.
stability rating.
No,
It depends on what sort of car you got. If it's a motorbike, then maybe.
That's
God, I'd hate motorbike outside. There's
What?
a frickin' blizzard going on. Oof.
What does Shard drive? It's just a standard car?
Yeah, just standard cheapo make vehicle car.
Okay.
What the F
So
is a cheapo vehicle car?
Oh, I was, McDonald's utterly generic. McVehicle utterly generic.
Wow.
It's a Honda CRV, okay?
So McDonald's is producing cars in the Shadowrun verse. I can see that.
Why not? Yeah, at this point,
I can believe that.
alright, so you don't crash into a pole at 40 miles an hour, which is what it says happens if you would have failed by your more than stability rating. But you do come to a hill where the lights are red, which forces you to have to stop on the hill. You apply the brakes, and the car just does not want to stop. And you are sort of sliding down this hill towards the intersection. You are going to hit rear end the line of cars that's in front of the intersection, unless you can pull off something. What would you like to try and pull off?
Catch Force Dome.
I mean, that wasn't exactly where I was going.
That'd be funny.
No, you cast it in front of the car, so it stops against it.
Yeah, that
Force wall, except do it vertically or horizontally, so you turn it into a ramp. That won't be bad at all.
I do not actually have force wall.
Oh, I was hoping you were going to create a ramp and jump over something.
Force Dome
probably around his car.
Force Dome yeah, that's too big. Force Dome probably wouldn't work here because it takes too long for it to materialize.
Quick, blink out of the car.
Don't have blink.
It's possible. We'll say that the car is sliding at walking speed, so 2 yards per turn. So if you cast the Force Dome out at 3 or 4 yards away, it should form in time. But then you're going to be at the penalty of casting it 3 or 4 yards away.
Well, it only needs to be big enough to reach the bumper.
Yeah, I think I'll go with the Force Dome solution.
Alright, so how far? 3 or 4 yards?
4. So.
So that would be -4.
Wow. Gonna be like that today.
Apparently.
So,
By the way,
I guess
this is
Shard
the next
is going
day?
to die horribly in a car crash.
No, he'll just have a fender bender. Alright, your Force Dome fails. Since you cast it so far out ahead, you have little time to do anything else, and it becomes apparent to you that you are going to rear end the car in front. Which
It happens to be the new senior vice president of Ronnke, America.
that would be hilarious.
Oh, hey, boss.
So you will rear end this car. Shard, give me a universe reaction roll. On a bad reaction, you push this car, it pushes the car in front, and it pushes...
Oh, no! Well, that's just poor. It's not bad.
It's very nearly pushes out into the intersection.
Well, I was going to say, and the guy gets pushed into the intersection and is T-boned and potentially killed. So what happens is you have a line of cars just bang, 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 pushing each other out. The guy at the front gets pushed into the intersection, and the front of his car gets sort of T-boned a little bit, and he does a bit of a spin, but there's no one injured.
Well, my insurance premiums are going to go up.
Unless are you going to attempt to hit and run, or you're going to take insurance details and stuff?
Insurance details and stuff. I don't want to have to deal with, being charged with a hit and run on top of a murder, or on top of a potential / alleged murder.
What are your what do you call it? You call them deductibles. What's the average deductible on a car insurance in America?
Mine's 500. It depends.
It depends on what you pay for. Probably 500,000, something like that.
Yeah, 500 to 1,000 is the most common one I see, and my personal one's 500.
So do 400 plus a D6. Damn, you got shitty insurance. Scratch off $1,000 off your character.
Alas.
And everyone else was fine.
Well, to be fair, Gorgo very nearly had an accident. He just got really lucky.
Yes, there was an old lady walking across the road with her walker. Gorgo slammed on the brakes and started sliding. But fortunately, the old lady slipped down and broke her hip instead, and didn't make it out into the middle of the road, so Gorgo just slid past her.
And couldn't stop. Sorry!
And Gorgo just kept sliding all the way to your meeting place, so he couldn't get out and stop and help the woman.
Yeah, don't do that. You know, Gorgo, he'd walk all the way back as soon as he got there.
At the Burke, you meet... Did I share it? Yep. You meet a burly-looking orc woman in new knight-errant patrol armour and a dedicated non-regulation Montreal Assassins urban brawl scarf. Her PAN, Personal Access Network, so Comlink, identifies her as Captain Anita. I'm not even going to try and pronounce this.
Yeah, that's
What
something.
kind of name is that?
It's like French, I guess.
Amiti bat imadat.
It doesn't look like French to me, but
Imadach. Anite bat imadoch.
Maybe put it through Google Translate. Oh, not Google Translate, the Google Speech thing, and do a French accent. She's Quebecy French.
oh, well, okay.
So identifies her as Captain Anita. I don't even know how to do a French accent. Yeah, I can start by saying ha 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 and then speak normally.
That's exactly what I would do. Because I can't do accents at all.
Head of security for the museum. She introduces herself with a firm handshake, her breath steaming in the cold air. The snow crunches under your feet as she leads you inside to the welcome warmth of the museum coffee shop. There's a pot of soy caf and several mugs waiting on the table, along with soy cream and sugar. Ha ha ha. Thanks for coming in so quickly, she says, in a Quebecy French accent colouring her speech. Ha ha ha. We've got real problems here. Some items have been stolen, and we need them back urgently. The pay's 15,000 New Yen each, up front, half up front, if you're in.
Okay, what are the things? What are the items that are missing?
Okay. She says, I assume that you are interested in the deal then. You're happy with the fee?
Depending upon the nature of the items, if it's particularly dangerous, that could be problematic. But for the most part, yes, I'm fine with it.
Frey's knight-errant employment is with the branch that does policing, right?
I hadn't really worked that out. I think I was going with him sort of being the equivalent of sheriff's deputy, so it's like on the outskirts.
All right. So, but you're not like security, like your regular security guards and stuff, which is what this one is.
No, because all of his skills related to policing are related to, well, policing.
Okay, so your paths would not have crossed with this one at all. She is part of
It's probably
the security
pretty
branch.
unlikely, but I guess anything is possible.
Well, let's have the universe decide. On a
Universe is
excellent.
cold.
No.
Universe is cold and indifferent.
She says there's an exhibition planned to open at the end of the week. Okay, so that will mean we'll fast forward a few days. So it's not Friday.
We see how it is.
So there's an exhibition planned at the end of the week, displaying artifacts covered or recovered by the Atlantean and Draco Foundations. We need these artifacts returned.
Let's see. Draco likes this. Atlantean doesn't. Okay, we'll need a list of the artifacts. How are they taken?
So we have a deal then?
It is sounding as such.
All right.
Is anybody opposed?
Can we try to negotiate for more?
You certainly could. So what are you telling her? Gorgo, since you're merchanting.
Can probably use the weather as a, hey, this is going to be tough with this crappy weather.
Yeah, this job's going to be a little bit more difficult with the blizzard that just came through. I mean, you're probably going to need a little bit of some hazard pay.
We're going to have to rent
probably some money up front to help set up this job.
Have to rent a snowcat.
She will sort of look at you and she'll give you that look on her face like, really? That's the excuse that you're using. She's not buying the whole it's going to be difficult and all that sort of stuff. But she just
and then Shard walks in and he's like, man, I just crashed my freaking car.
And I'll look over at her and say, see?
But she just shakes her head and she goes, fine. 17,000 each. My final offer. Take it or leave it.
Out of character, what was she offering initially?
15.
Okay, $1,500 at the end of the job, $200.
No,
You're gonna get. She's offering 17,000 now. You will get half up front.
Oh, okay, all right.
That'll work. Does that 17 include the 1,000 we're getting, or is in addition to the 1,000 we're getting for showing up?
Good question.
He's asking that because he's thinking about, I gotta make a freaking payment or get my car fixed.
What?
GM's like,
no.
Hold, please.
Oh, wait a sec. No. So, if you didn't take the job, you'd get 1,000. But since you are taking the job, you're going to get 17,000.
Okay.
With half up front.
Yep.
Okay,
Imagine
that's
how much
8,500.
money. Imagine how much money one of these outfits would have to spend if everybody turned the job down.
That would be funny.
So 850 up front and 850 at the end of the job.
Not 850, 8,500.
She's quite happy to give you 850 up front.
8,500?
17,000 divided by 2.
Oh,
is-
17,000. Oh, okay. 17,000.
Somebody's not paying attention.
I thought it was 1,700 per person. That's why I was.
Oh.
17,000 up front. That'll work. Yeah. So 8,500. All right.
All right, so she will give you some extra details. She says the artifacts were delivered late yesterday, and at some point during the night they were stolen. Unfortunately, the snow has destroyed a lot of the trace evidence outside. I believe this might be an inside job, hence why I'm reaching out to you people. Everything that happens here is happening off the record. Do you have any questions for her, like, immediately?
Well, we'll need obviously a list of the items, any security stuff.
Yeah, whatever investigative information they have.
All right. Well, you will enter into the next cutscene.
Oh no, we hit the cutscene.
Entering the special exhibit gallery, you pass various posters and AROs advertising the bounty of the past exhibit that's scheduled to start in 3 days, which would make our calendar date the 14th. There we go. Start in 3 days. The clean white walls of the gallery have display cases bolted to them, made of armored glass. Each has a card and an ARO detailing the artifact that should reside within. Each and every one is empty. Some have neat circles cut out of the glass, whereas others look melted. Whoever did this was obviously skilled enough to get away with so much. Anita hurries you in, waving at the various knight-errant personnel in the gallery to take a coffee break. She walks you over to one of the stands and picks up pairs of surgical gloves from a box nearby. She hands each of you a pair and looks at you expectingly. Well, get on with it.
What if we're already wearing gloves?
So, those of you, I think forensics is a skill that you would probably want to be using here. Now the artifacts, or some of the artifacts that are on display here, are the Tal Jun Codex. I don't recall this one. I'll just copy these down.
Are we going to see some of the ones that we found?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Nice.
And that's the various adventures that they appeared in.
I don't remember a curved sword.
I kind of do, I think.
Yeah, so it's like we're going to be looking at those going, hey, yeah, we recognize these.
Wait, didn't we shoot that?
I don't know what you're talking about. I totally did not shoot the Jade Cup.
Should have done it like that. Those ones there are not mission related.
But they're also missing.
They're also missing.
Well,
Did
sounds
we not
like-
have? Did we not have something to do with the Voynich manuscript? I remember that name.
Well, it's not listed as being in one of the missions.
I don't recognize the name.
I don't recall exactly who you gave which artifacts to. So
Based off of our faction rep, it's generally going to be the Draco Foundation. Maybe
I think he did something for Atlantean to try and build them up a little bit. I seem to recall that. But that's not entirely important.
somebody clearly is going to have to go back through the stuffs and listen.
Alright, so what are you doing? I saw a forensic roll.
Yes.
So 6
Six.
plus
That's
6.
a pretty good. Yeah, probably need to have Frost check the security. I fully expect that's going to be not very useful because, well,
Okay, so Anita does have a forensics kit available, and she will let Frey use that. She is a little bit surprised that you know your way around it.
long story.
She did not expect your everyday runners to have that sort of skill.
She didn't get everyday runners. She got us. We're not runners. We're private contractors.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, she starts explaining. If you put the samples in here, it'll do this and that, and you basically go, yeah. You start. She goes, you start doing stuff. She goes, oh, you know how to use one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So as you look around, you will uncover small traces of blood.
Need to get samples. Find a way to store
There is
them.
also several partial fingerprints that you can recover.
Definitely going to get some fingerprints.
Does anyone have the spells for Seek? Or I should say Shard. Do you have the Seek spells?
Yeah, that was Book's thing.
Some. Wait, hang on. Water and earth.
Alright, so you do not have seek spells.
It's
You
a
could.
seeker.
There
Oh,
is.
and there's an actual seek spell thing. Okay, yeah, no, definitely
Seeker, I think.
Alright, so there was sufficient amounts of blood that you could use them in a seek spell if you had the spell. Give me a roll on a d6, please, Frey. Okay. Alright, so you do your forensics and you can see that going through that these people are definitely pros. They've done all the right things to rip off this place without setting off alarms and such like that. But it is unusual that you do find these traces of blood.
They were planted.
That's what I was thinking.
You are also able to identify a bunch of bullets embedded in walls. As you pull them out, you can match them with the various bullet databases, and you can see that they were fired from a HK 227X SMG. So there was a shootout that took place.
Are you saying there was a firefight?
There was a firefight. So, thinking we have Frost, try to jack in, get any information there. What shard? What magical? Do you have any magical capabilities that are usable in this case, other than blowing stuff up?
Nope.
Could check the astral.
Yeah. What does that?
Oh yeah,
do?
yeah. Sure, I'll astral sight.
Alright, we'll get to that in just a second. Anita will, as you're sort of investigating the bullets, Frey, she will say, none of our guards, security, were here when this happened.
What kind of gear do the guards usually carry? I mean, in terms of firearms.
So they will all have like service pistols. They do have access. There is an arms locker, which only she has the key to, and the officer on the watch has the key code too. But none of the heavier arms were used, and like I said, the security guards here were not, targets of anyone. She will explain it is unusual. I don't know why there was a shootout. It is a mystery.
Was security at all involved or present during this theft?
Security were present, but they were not able to respond quick enough. So they arrived here after the theft.
So would diplomacy or interrogation of the security officers potentially give any additional info?
She says, we have questioned the security, and we believe that, at least based on their statements, that none of them were involved or had any knowledge of the events.
What kind of staff do they have here at the building? If
It's
they're
just like
suspecting an inside job, how many do we need to sift through, that sort of thing?
There are a number of museum staff that were aware of the artifacts and when the artifacts were due to arrive and all that sort of stuff.
Talking a handful, dozens, hundreds?
We'll say a handful. All right, Shard, you went astral. Give me a perception roll.
Already did. Success by 1.
Your head explodes.
All right, so you start looking around the place.
Shard's bad day.
You start looking around the place astrally, and you can see that there's a number of magical protections and wards that surround this place. And you can make out, as you're looking, spells and stuff have signatures or leave like astral signatures, and you can see that there are 8 distinct astral signatures present. Give me a thaumatology roll, please.
Oh, whatever happened here? I think we missed it.
Some minor magical damage, probably seismic survey spells.
Okay, so one of the signatures belongs to an adept. 4 of the signatures belong to hermetic mages.
You're going to have to define how that is, what's the difference in Shadowrun. What's each mean?
All right. Hermetic mages are you standard wizards. Adepts.
So Shard is a hermetic mage.
Yeah. Adepts are usually things like the magical version of a street samurai. So instead of using cyberware to buff up their stuff, they use magic.
So
Phrase,
I'd be sort of
would
an
technically
adept.
be an adept. They have a gun adept. I don't remember what the hell that was called.
Yeah, because I use some magic, but I also have some cyber stuff.
Succeed by 4. So 1 appears to be the signature of a Norse goad. That's Gode, which is just a...
What was that?
Gode. Goad.
Oh, Gode.
This is a mage that is, I guess, Norse aspected. So their rituals follow sort of, Nordic traditions and stuff like that.
Huh. Wonder why it's not with a... Was it Caesar? Yeah.
I guess you could say it's a Viking mage.
Did we not run into that before?
No, I'm just curious why they named it that instead of using the SIEDR, which is the magic that was practiced in, according to myth of Norse society.
No, I mean, didn't we run into Norse mage somewhere? Why does that seem familiar?
I don't know.
Not sure. And the patterns of the spells and so on would actually give me I guess, observation, IQ, or criminology. This is for Shard only. Alright, so you are able to work out that the patterns of the spells seem to indicate that the mages and the adept were working together as part of a three-way sort of combat. Most of the combat spells that were used were probably non-lethal. And it appears that there may have been several clashes between spirits, which resulted in at least one of the spirits being disrupted.
Okay, I'll relay that to her or to the group, and then with her being present, and ask what they have in terms of magical security. Does any of that sound familiar in terms of the security mages that may be employed? Be right back.
Anita will tell you that they don't have any mages employed in the security. They rely purely on the magical wards and stuff like that that are up around the place. Though, of course, knight-errant mages are available on demand, but they're not part of the usual complement here.
Well, in the meantime, Frost is going to start running backgrounds on all the on the list of employees that we have.
Okay, and you were going to... Frost was going to do some checking of security stuff?
Right, and looking into the security camera stuff, whatever they have available.
Alright, she says... She says this here is the museum's security node, and she'll point to a like a jack-in point or whatever. She says, but unfortunately, in order to keep this off the books, I can't get you an approved account or approved access to that node. So you'll have to use more, and she air quotes, inventive ways to access the node. I'm sure you're capable.
I have no idea how to do that.
As he's
I think I might just go get some coffee. Now don't log in or jack into that node while I'm away.
Of course not. What good would that do?
Okay, so you can jack in, but there is going to be a -3 bad on this. Their stuff is pretty good.
Oh, we just want to shortcut this one.
You can give me the... we'll do your actual programs. So, is it breach?
Probably want breach then. Well, it's just quick and dirty, I guess.
Damn.
Alright, so you're able to bypass the security. You will see that this security node slaves several sensors and cameras. Give me, I think it's Analyze is the skill or the program.
Yes. Yeah, that probably makes sense.
Roll Analyze.
Is bad gonna apply to everything or just the entry?
That will be just the entry.
Okay.
Or at least for this roll, it's not going to apply.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just do that.
Okay, so while you're investigating this node, looking for stuffs, you will see that the node clearly controls all the cameras and sensors and stuff like that. However, you will note from logs and such that all the sensors and such were bypassed manually, not done through the matrix.
All right, then I want to find out how and where one does that.
Looking through camera footage, you will see a lot of the footage is corrupted.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a computer operation, or if you have the specific skill, I think it's computer operation media or something to that. Or might be electronics operation media. I don't know. Computer operations will work.
Surveillance. If we're talking about camera stuff, it's probably surveillance.
No, this is to recover the corrupted footage. So computer operation, I think media is an optional specialization.
Okay, but just run ops for now.
Yep, computer operation is fine.
Electronics operations media. Yeah.
Alright, so the footage has been corrupted, but you sit there and you piece together bits of footage that you can, and you will get the faces of two members of the team that were involved in this this heist. The faces are not great, but they're enough to at least positively ID these people. So if you wanted to go, have you seen this person? They're sufficient enough for that.
Yeah, I could do research on that, run them through facial rec. That'll take a while, I presume. Right.
Give me a IQ roll. Or observation. Observation would work as well.
Okay.
I suppose intelligence analysis could work as well if that's high enough.
Well, that is the same.
The bits of the footage that you have managed to get the faces from, it appears that the cameras have been directed to actually get close-ups of these faces.
Uh-huh. Planted. I want to track down where they physically mess with these security settings so they can check those for prints and whatnot. Beyond that, would there be a way to recognize if a technomancer had been mucking about?
Give me an analyze roll. This one will be at bad. Okay, you will analyze security logs, and despite the fact that it would seem there is 2 hackers involved, they have taken measures to conceal their trace. However, you do have their access IDs.
Okay.
Both hackers they have both been involved in sort of compromising the various sensors and stuff like that here. But you will also note that their combined activity doesn't explain all the holes in the security here. It is clear to you that someone else was involved.
So that goes
this
back
doesn't
to my,
sound like it's going to be a mess at all, does it?
that goes back to my previous question. Is there any sort of signature for a technomancer's involvement, or is that not a thing one can detect?
You can use the, I think, access IDs.
I am not familiar with that.
Would be like their avatar,
Their
I guess.
Information.
Well, if that goes anywhere useful, they suck.
But you aren't able to trace.
I can look into those, though.
You aren't able to trace them. There's no way to trace their IDs at this point.
They're probably planted too.
Let me see if I have information as to exactly what those access IDs will identify about these particular peoples.
So there were multiple signatures there. Were they working together or against each other?
Give me IQ roll.
Wow.
It's hard to say. The data is a little bit too corrupted for you to be able to piece together whether they're working together or they're working against each other.
Good stringer rolls ran out. Well, I will
Now
sweep up and log out. I think that's probably all I'm going to get out of that.
Okay, now we need to identify the people that we have images of, even if it's whatever. Maybe try to. What can we do with the blood?
Do a DNA test on it. See if that turns up any suspects.
Well, like I said, there's sufficient blood to be used for a seeker, but you would have to find someone that could do that.
Actually, yeah, we could call Book and get him to do that.
Book is potentially available.
Yay!
We just may need to buy him some drugs.
He's available because everybody's snowed out.
All the clubs are closed because no one can get to them.
It's true, and we're November. What? We changed the week. What is it?
Same week,
the
it's just
14th?
earlier.
14th, Tuesday.
Okay, I'm trying to remember. No, class is normally in session until mid-December. So, yeah, but they probably canceled all the classes for the day because, well, they don't want people to die horribly. I can think of several instances where they did that here in Oklahoma.
All right. Well, that sounds like.
Well, you do have some faces that you can hit the streets and say, "Have you seen this person?" So you could do some streetwise.
Well, I am going to start the research process. So I've got the employees, I've got those faces, and the IDs.
Man, I just looking at the faction thing, I have a terrible feeling I know what's going to happen in this. There are 1, 2, 3, 4 factions that were basically trying to get the artifacts throughout this run, and this is going to pile up into a mix-up marshmallow mess. Certain words will be exchanged, also certain bullets. All right, so we can reach out to Book. Although, wait, where you said this is UW, so this is near this is the university.
Oh, we're on
right?
the damn campus.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah, so we just walk over to Book.
Yeah, so call him and say, "Hey, you doing anything?" Wondering if we could get you to do some magic-y stuff. Maybe bring
Sure.
Shard along, and we'll bring Shard along so he can see this magic in use, and maybe have him going, that could be useful. Maybe I should take this guy's class.
Book goes, Shard. Do I know Shard? Have I met him before?
I think he's new.
I think he has met him.
Since you said you were retired, we had to get a wizard, and we got one. He's good at the boom magic, but less so with the findy magic.
Good times. I miss you guys. Sure, come around.
Yeah, we'll have to introduce Gorgo to him as well, because I know Gorgo hasn't met him. Pretty certain Gorgo hasn't
Yeah.
met him.
Yeah, I don't think we've interacted with Book in a while.
Yeah, so we'll do that. Frost can start the facial rec. I could also potentially reach out to Tosh and see if he could run those images through.
What we need for this final episode is get all of them involved.
Okay, that's a good idea. I'm going to reach out to Tosh and see if he can do some facial what the hell is it? Facial searches.
Okay, roll on his skill, please.
He's like, yeah.
Okay, so he will come back a little bit later, saying that he recognizes or he got positive IDs on the two people. One of them belongs to a group that go by the name of Redshift. And his street name is
Bob.
I hate having to scroll around PDFs. Alright, so the person that you have there is an orc called Dubstab.
Right.
What's an orc? The other belongs to another runner who runs in a group that go by the name of Mystic Crusaders. Called Katsumi. Is a human.
Did we not have one of those?
So they're runners. Let's see what I
that
know
was gonna
about
happen.
them.
Wow.
Wow.
A success by 6.
Winner of mine anyway.
Yeah, I figured, I put the points in it, I might as well.
Okay, so you will learn, or you have heard of, Redshift. There is a group of 5 of them. They are a local crew. They are really tight. Their leader is a pretty charming halfer called Heidler. Plus, they have a crazy Icelandic chica called Vala, who keeps calling up Valkyries. So that is probably the Norse goad that you found in your investigation. With Frost. You have heard, or you add to this information. Actually, given the roles, it would be the other way around. Frost, you know that detail that I've given you, and Frey, you know this extra bit of information. The Redshift group, they seem to be pretty tight with Moreau from the Draco Foundation.
Actually, so are we.
So the other group, the Mystic Crusaders, you know them by reputation. They are a fairly heavily augmented group. And as Shadowrunners go, they are surprisingly low on magic. And word is that they have been doing some recent work for a Laurent Nazir.
That's the Atlantean Foundation. He's the Atlantean Foundation, right?
Correct.
Yep.
Yeah. We know what's going on here. Two teams went in the same time to snatch all these stupid things, and maybe a third team was also involved, but we don't know who the third team is yet.
That would be the apparent understanding with what you've found so far.
Right. Well.
So I'm leaning toward or away from the initial presumption that those images were planted. I think instead that third party is like, oh, let's identify these guys and try to focus all the heat on them.
Well,
I just don't know who or what.
About the... Did I do that? Yes. How about the IDs?
Okay. What skill would you like to use to try and track down the owners of these IDs?
Oh, well, I track current affairs hacking.
Okay. Yep, that's fine. The signatures of these IDs tie to both Redshift and the Crusaders.
All right.
And the exact individuals are a guy in the Crusaders that goes by the name of Rupert.
Mm-hmm.
And the other is a guy that goes by the name of Chase, which is a Redshift hacker, an orc.
Roger. So, okay. Did we positively determine there was a third team involved?
No.
Not positively, but you suspect because the corruption and the attempts to mess up the security footage and all that sort of stuff, their efforts combined don't add up to the whole. So there's
Right.
you suspect there was a third party involved as well, but you have nothing on them.
All right. What about the staff? Let's see what we get for background info on you guys.
Just do a research roll on that. Alright, so you will be able to positively rule out any of the staff involvement.
All right.
So you do background checks on all of them, and you can, well, not 100% positive, but conclusive enough that you're willing to say no, that they're not involved. That includes, Knight Errant and the museum staff.
Ah, okay. All right. What else have we got? Gorgo could do the streetwise thing while we're at it. I think he had the best of us.
Alright, so streetwise. Word on the street is that the Draco Foundation and Lantian Foundation have been sort of fighting over these artifacts over the past year or so, each trying to get the upper hand. Apparently some of the artifacts were recovered by a group called Deus Ex. That is the group name, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
There is also word that Redshift have been doing stuff for the Draco Foundation, and Mystic Crusaders have been doing stuff for the Atlantean Foundation.
This is going to turn into like a 4 or 5 way shootout.
Could potentially contact Fiona or Moreau on the Draco side.
It's possible you could do that. Your reps with them will have bearing on how they interact with you.
Fiona is mostly with the Draco group.
I was thinking she was Draco.
That was a question mark.
Yes, she's mostly Draco. You also learn that both the foundations have been looking or have hired these runners for a job recently. The details of that job are not known. And success by 5. Does anyone else have Streetwise?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think all of us do.
Everybody has some. I think he has the best, though.
I
Give me
got it at 12.
Give me another couple of Streetwise rolls. You can have 2 complementary skill rolls or assists.
Who's got higher than 12? Well, one person. There's one. What is Shard Streetwise? No, Shard.
Did he bugger off?
Shard Streetwise is 12.
I'll just go ahead and roll it.
You have turned up a rather interesting lead. The museum's curator appears to have affiliations with the Illuminates of the New Dawn. They're like a wizard's guild, but they are quite political and influential. If you have current affairs,
Who is this that had ties to them?
the museum's curator.
Not a lot about him on the wiki.
They're
So, what was the
they're
current
like
affairs?
a current affairs will give you information on
Which current affairs?
like organizations something?
You said they're very political.
Yes. Okay, so you do have some information on them.
Apparently not much, but
so you know that they are quite big into magnocratic progressivism, which is basically that mages are the better way for everyone, and magic is the way to go, and they think the world should be a what would be
Magocracy?
magocracy, just because of the benefits that magic has over mundanes. Anyone have any other skills that might give you extra information on those? Research.
Have
I guess.
interrogation.
Did I not do the... Oh, I did the research.
This
but
is
that was
Illuminates of the New Dawn. You can roll
okay.
research on that one.
Coming up.
So it's called a thaumatocracy.
I like
Okay.
magocracy better.
So you will learn that the curator of the Burke Museum is part of the Gerardi's Circle. Or Gyrardi's.
They really are throwing everything at the wall, aren't they?
So that's a local circle of the organization.
So we're thinking maybe that's the third team.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Right, so we can at least reach out to Draco. Though the problem is, if they've been hired to, well, as we presume, if they've been hired to retrieve these things, and they don't have them, then inevitably Draco is going to want us to get them.
Right.
Which my code of honor is going to have a problem with because, professional.
Well, we were hired by the security here to get them back to the museum. I'm presuming that Draco and Atlantean actually donated these things or are still in possession of these things on the museum's behalf. So they won't have stolen it for themselves, and they're not going to, I don't think that's going to be a conflict.
They would be on loan from the various foundations.
Right.
No, but they would want, hey, while you're at it, bring the, get us
Now that
the
might
the
be.
ones the other guys have.
And we could refuse that. I mean, for understandable reasons.
Well, if nothing else, they'd at least be familiar. I mean, we've got a +5 with them, so they'd be kind of familiar with. Where it's like, okay, once he's been hired to do something, they don't go back on it. But still, we have the blood, so we can at least potentially have
Right, we hadn't dealt with that.
do try to narrow it down. Wonder how much that have to ask him how much you want for that, because that's not something we're going to do. Just have him do for free.
Well, what if he wants to do it for free?
With the blood, you could probably get a DNA match through Tosh.
That's also true. But mostly, I think with the blood would be to do the seeker to find out where they're at.
Right, but that's going to tell us where a certain individual is, not necessarily where the stuff is.
Well, yeah.
Which could still be
go
useful.
there and talk to the people. All right. Well, what's everybody else think? Because both Shard and Virgo have been awfully quiet.
Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of the skills for this kind of investigation. Well, we already got a hold of Bookworm, so he can at least seek out some of the blood and pinpoint us in the direction of those. We know the information of all the different groups.
Does anybody have Moreau as a contact? Damn it, that's what I need to look at. Moreau, I think it's Moreau.
Yeah.
Isn't that the
book had him?
I thought somebody else did. Contacts.
I'm only seeing Moreau once.
Yep, looks like it was just book. Draco. Well, nothing else. We can at least reach out to them, and we've got a +5 with them, and try to find out what's going on. So we're at least relatively popular with them. Pity we're at -1 with Atlantean. That means they're probably going to tell us to go hang.
Well, they might not. They might be really interested in getting their stuff back. I'm wondering if it's possible that Draco could get us some residual ability to seek those artifacts. Like maybe we got some stuffing over there that they used to be stored in.
You'd think that they have probably already tried to trace them.
Well, we don't know what Draco's done. They might have sent their own team. So there'd definitely be a 4-way.
Oh yeah, this is going to end up being 4-way,
I guess that would be a
5-way shootout. That's why I made that comment. It's like I've got that cutter gang as the availability is sadly only crap, it's 6 or less. Damn it.
Don't you have a favour as well? I seem to recall you've got a favour that you can just call in anytime.
Oh yeah, what is that?
I know we got one from McAllister.
Yeah, and he can call in some pipe-toting orcs with pliers and a blowtorch. But yeah, this is going to be all sorts of a mess.
Alright, so we're sort of at time. So, what do you guys want to do? And we'll sort of wrap it up.
I guess it's really going.
Yeah.
It's going to come down to the seek.
Plus, we can at least have somebody reach out to whatchamacallit, Draco. And like I said, I think I am going to at least make the attempt to reach out to the. Are the Cutters? Is that a gang?
Yep, that's. Was it the Orc gang?
Okay.
No, they were the Scratchers.
Scratchers.
Yeah,
okay.
Cutters.
Yeah,
Cutters were the previous adventure they were in.
yeah, that's where we ran into them in the park.
Puyallup or whatever it is.
Yeah, because Frey picked up, I guess, the girl leader, whatever, as a contact. I'm gonna still at least make the attempt to reach out to them with the possibility of like hiring them for backup, because Frey has got that feeling like this is two major foundations going at one another. There's a third that we know of, a third thing with the stupid wizards. Of course, I've only got a 6 or less, so it's not likely I'm going to actually manage to get this. Let's see. Oh,
I saw the 1 and 2 and I thought, damn.
I know, right?
Yeah, it kind of hovered on the 3 for a bit.
Oh,
And
well.
And we need to call up Kesh and Vapor and because we need more shooters.
You call up your whole list. You just open up the black book and just start at the top and call every number.
So it's like next week everybody has to play at least 2 characters.
Well, I did say the battle at the end is a big one.
Who was Tim playing when he was in?
I don't remember.
He was playing.
I thought it was Cash. Was it?
No. I can't remember the name. Hang on.
No, he had a new one, didn't he?
Kato.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Right. So we have the wizard do the seek thing, and we'll also reach out to Draco.
Yeah. We'll make Gorgo do that.
All right, give me a reaction roll for Draco and add your current level of rep with them.
5. Going to be 3d6 or rep.
Want me to do it?
Yep.
Sure.
So just do a reaction roll at +5.
Hey, that's good.
All right, so you will make contact, and they inform you that they're going to get someone to call you, and it will be Moreau.
And I'm just going to go ahead and luck that.
What?
No need. You're not going to get any better.
Okay. Could be excellent.
Yeah, but what it gives you in the end is not going to be any better. All right, so it will be Moreau that will contact you a little bit later.
We were thinking about calling you.
And who was the other that you're going to call or contact?
Fiona.
Wait, what? Why were we calling her? I mean, I have no problem calling her.
Well, she was the only other one we were talking about, I think.
You could also call Kellen. She's involved as well in the whole artifact stuff.
Well,
she was working for Craig, and she was involved in the cup artifact.
That's true.
I'm noticing something kind of unintentional and amusing is that most of my contacts are women.
There you
That
go.
is also true.
And you can call Willie to do some magic.
Yeah, I was trying to think of what you'd bring Willie in for.
6 of the 9 contacts I have are women.
So are you going to contact them? Either of them?
Sure, since this is like the finale thing. I don't know what we're necessarily going to ask them.
It's like the Shadowrun equivalent
That's
of
the
that.
wrong one. That was a skill, so that other one would have failed because the availability is 9 or less.
It's like the Shadowrun equivalent of that Doctor Who episode, the Night of the Doctors, or whatever the hell it was.
And roll book skill. Actually, I'll have to roll his skill.
Yeah, you'll have to roll his skill.
Should I reach out to the mafia and see if maybe I can get some goons to help us?
I was trying to think of that too.
Well, I'm totally thinking about burning my favor
Holy God!
with McAllister to get the scratchers to back us up if we need them.
I didn't think about that.
Because I want to turn it into like a 6 or 7-way shootout where the GM goes, you know what? Screw you guys.
Yeah, we're doing mass combat now.
Well, why not? I'll reach out to Leo Getz and say, hey.
Yeah, that'd be since this is a contact, you'd probably end up needing to like owe him a favor or pay them.
Well,
because it's not an ally group. It's slightly different.
Contacts are mostly just information.
Well, let's see if maybe my effective skill at 12 or less, I might be able to get a 1 or 2 goons or something. Right?
No, that's not how it's contacts for information.
Oh. Okay.
Having goons with us is like ally.
This is amusing. Just because you're putting out all these feelers, you're just getting more and more people involved
that's right.
Now play a part.
Like, damn it. Damn it.
There's like scene 6, for example, it's called Tomb Raiders, and it only comes into play if you contact Fiona.
Maybe I should reach out to Joe Martin, get the news involved too.
Ooh, that's not a bad idea.
No, I think didn't the lady say that they wanted to keep that low on the download?
That's true.
All right, so I'll wrap this up quickly. You will contact Draco, and Moreau will get in touch with you. He will tell you that Draco commissioned a team to recover all the objects at the exhibition.
Redshift.
They are indeed Redshift. They are currently held up, lying low in a squatters' mall in the Redmond Barrens. Or it's actually called Squatters' Mall. Did that share?
Yep.
Alright, so that's the fluff on it. He says if you wish to talk to them, he will let them know so that you don't get shot.
I would appreciate that.
With Books Seeker, unfortunately, it is too far away for you guys to get an actual, GPS tracker fix on the thing. But Book gets a vision of a a place that I'll just come out and say it is a vision of a place in Squatters Mall. So run down and
Gotcha.
decrepified.
Decrepified.
I'm allowed to make up words.
Oh, I make up words all the time.
And who was it? Fiona Craig.
Yeah, I probably would have reached out to Kellen first since she's local, and then when I couldn't get in touch with her, I would reach out to Fiona because God only knows where Fiona is.
Actually, yeah, she was out of the country, wasn't she?
She's all over the place. Sometimes she's out of the country, sometimes she's not.
Well, that was a month ago.
Not quite. Maybe. I'm not sure.
I think we will deal with Fiona next time.
That's not ominous.
What would it cost to upgrade my contact group Mafia to ally group Mafia?
Allied groups are pretty expensive. It depends on A, how big they are, and generally how many points they are.
Although I will invoke the Fiona Craig cutscene. You bring Dr. Fiona Craig's entry in your address book and select her com code. It takes quite a while to connect, and you're left wondering whether she's screening or has just decided to ignore you. Eventually, though, she picks up. Hi, sorry. I couldn't find my damn earbuds. Anyway, what can I do for you?
Yeah, we're not supposed to talk in a cutscene.
Well, you don't talk in a cutscene. That's where the cutscene ends. And now you can interact again.
Oh, damn it.
But given that we're so far over time, we'll deal with her later.
Yeah, that's probably where she picks it up, and it's like, and guest starring.
So we covered all the contacts and roles. I think we're good. So you know that Redshift are lying low at Squatters Mall.
Yep, and we're gonna at least go talk to him.
In contacting Moreau, however, he says he asks that if you guys would like to recover the artifacts.
We're being paid to recover the artifacts
and deliver them to the Draco Foundation. All of them.
Right.
Come on, Moreau. You know how we are.
Says money talks.
Yeah, but we like to have a reputation. We were paid to accomplish a mission.
How does 20,000 sound each?
Money talks.
Yeah, it would go against my code.
And mine.
And not mine.
Not mine. Though
Well, I
I do
can't
have a
help
sense
it
of
if you
duty
guys
to the
are-
team.
I can't help it if you guys have no moral codes.
I have a moral code. It's just more like guidelines than actual rules.
I do have a sense of duty to the team. So if Frey and Shard are like, no, I can't do it, I'll be like, okay.
Yeah, no, we'll not go behind their back or anything, but
he will
yeah,
say
it'll make me sad at least.
He will say the Redshift op was a bust. Someone else managed to get the artifacts.
Ah, okay.
So he would like you to recover all the artifacts and deliver them all to him. I guess.
I was gonna say,
why
would they hire us if they already had them?
Yeah, but he knows us well enough to know that we're not going to go against our original employers unless they stab us in the back first.
You could walk a fairly grey line here. You could recover the Draco Foundation artifacts to the museum and turn over the Atlantean Foundation artifacts to Draco.
That's not what we were being paid to do, though. Code of honor, professional.
So that's the offer. And I dare you to call up Atlantean Foundation.
Yeah, I think we know where that would go.
I would be interested to know if they're saying we would like you to retrieve all of them and bring them back to us. In which case we go, okay, well.
What is your faction rep with Atlantean? -1?
Yeah. I suspect they'd be more likely to go, F you, buddy. Not talking to you guys.
You could roll a reaction -1.
Sure, I'll see what happens. What's going to happen is I'm going to roll really crappy and they're going to drone strike us. Yeah, they don't want to even talk to us. Told you, they're drone striking us.
You get the message that they have the situation under control.
I got totally sent to a phone message.
All right, so the offer is there. If you return the artifacts to Draco, all the artifacts to Draco, they will pay you 20 grand. They're not going to accept any sort of negotiations on that because you're not firmly agreeing to do it. If you firmly agree, they might pay you more.
Right.
But he says if you have a change of heart, the offer is there, 20 grand each of you. And of course, you'll get the Draco Foundation's appreciation and support for future. At the same time, if you don't do the job, your rep might drop with them.
Well, yeah.
Shouldn't have called them. All right, but we'll leave it there. So you have a location, the Squatters Mall.
Right, no. Okay. Book basically confirmed that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Things are about to get irritating.
Next week, we exchange the bullets.
Hopefully not.
Hey, just so you know, when we're done collecting everything, give it to Gorgo. He'll make sure it gets to the right place.
Uh-huh.
No.
Yes. I will make sure it gets to the right place.
I don't know. For some reason, I'm not finding myself trusting you.
Why not? You trust me with your life.
Do I? I mean, you did shoot Shard in the head.
That's true.
I helped him repatch his ear and everything else. I mean, come on.
It's because it was a bad
guilty,
shot.
and it was
that's like wrapping his car around a telephone pole and then helping him pull it out.
I wasn't the one that caused his recent car accident. That was him. I mean,
That was an example. You are the one who shot me in the head, though.
Actually, to add a little extra to this,
Moreau need a little extra.
Moreau says, if you need some backup to recover the artifacts, then Draco will provide some muscle.
There you go. Yep, mass combat.
You just need to call him.
Yeah, and they're gonna expect frickin'
Uh-huh.
the stuffs. That's why I'm legitimately thinking about having Frey burn his favor to with McAllister to get the scratchers, to back us up.
So it's going to be ground zero at wherever this goes down.
Wherever it is, yeah, it's just gonna be an ugly, mixed up marshmallow mess.
Oh, there's enough time for my power stone recharge.
Cats and dogs living together, mass hysteria.
You should call. Does anyone have Laurent as a contact?
Does
don't
not
think we
look
picked him
that
up.
way. I don't know why we never dealt with Atlantean very often.
That's just kind of how it worked out, I guess.
I think you were favouring Draco.
We always had been. The first time we met Laurent, he had snuck up on Ditch basically, and he never really appreciated that.
Okay, well, next week will be interesting, one way or the other.
Indeed.
Oh, right. So, how we buggered up the delay? The delay counts as a spell for spells on. First off.
So both the delay and the spell would count as spell on?
Yes, it would.
Ah.
And if you don't roll the other spell until you actually fire it.
Ah.
And if the subject of the spell is not present, it's a -5.
Okay.
Oh well.
Just so happens that you got lucky this time around.
Mm-hmm.
Live and learn.
Alright, so 2 points for everyone, if you haven't noted that.
Yay.
You're welcome to spend the points now, otherwise we will wrap it up for today.
Yeah, I'm looking over. I'm not sure what I need to spend them on.
I'll drop a list of spells. Or spells, point expenditures.
so an ally group means you can actually
Call them
recruit
in.
people.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because in a previous game that I was running, pretty much everybody had an ally group because it's like little war bands, and the size of the group and their level of competence is what ends up, and frequency of appearance determines how expensive they are. So it can get really expensive really fast.
Yeah, the way it works is allies go fight with you, or allies will adventure with you, whereas contacts, they just do whatever they do behind the scenes.
So, for example, how many points are you right now?
My contact group Mafia is at 5.
No. How many points are you right now?
Oh, I have 8, and I'll be 10 unspent.
Total. Total points.
278.
So 278 times.
Well, I'll actually be
0.2.
280 with the 2 points I get today. So 270.
So
270 with 10 being unspent.
An ally group of 6 or more. I think it's 6. It's times 6. I have to double check that. That is only 25% of your starting points, which would be not quite 70. It might be 70 once we figure it out, because it'd be 25%. That has a frequency of appearance of 9 or less, is already 6 points.
Right. Okay. And those aren't particularly
Seven
high
is
level.
not particularly effective. That's like literally a handful of loser gangers. And it's like if you improve it to 50% of starting points, that straight away doubles it and makes it 12 points. So yeah, it can ally groups can get really expensive really fast. I mean, they're useful, but so damned expensive.
All right. So, anything else we need to take care of right now?
I don't think I have
so.
anything.
All right, then we will wrap it up. So if you are watching this and have any questions, corrections, or general complaints or suggestions, feel free, or hecklings, feel free to leave a comment or find us on Discord. Thank you for watching. Olympus bids you adieu, and good night. Good night, stream.
Good night, stream. Good night, John Boy.
Good night.